Welcome to Truth or Tube, September 29, 2020, 7:26 p.m. Reporting for you and humanity to see the nature of our reality. This is pre-debate, an hour and a half away from the first debate of Joe Biden and Donald Trump facing off. Should be interesting.
We need to actually go to the streets, not that little side area we did. I think after this, I think some people might do actual march. That there, we took a whole side street. Yeah. Like, I thought we were going to get up on the main road right over here and go.
Together, stop being afraid of one another.
Get people together and do an actual march.
Yeah, and actually take the streets.
Because we can't.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of people trying to leave now. We should actually go with them and try to get them to do it, because by the time a lot of people are leaving right now.
Oh, really? Oh, not. Oh, wait, I think this goes. I thought it went over. Oh my God, we're not even allowed to do that. That's what I thought. I thought and I got interviewed by somebody.
No, I'm not gonna wait to close this off because it's dark. Y'all know they ain't really fucking with us, but we look so beautiful. Yeah. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy. If you can hear me, say yeah. Yeah. If you can hear me, say fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. If you can hear me, say fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. And fuck 12. Hold on. When I say fuck, you say 12. Fuck! Fuck! When I say fuck, you say Trump. Fuck! Fuck! When I say fuck, you say 12. Fuck! Fuck! Listen, tonight we made history.
Say that.
Tonight we made history. Tonight we made history.
That part.
We have indigenous people among us. We have white people amongst us. We have black people, strong people, disabled people, gay people, binary, non-binary people. We're here tonight, and we're putting the unity in community for change. We marched, we talked, we chattered, we yelled, we cried, but what I need us to do, I need us to vote.
Say that part.
I need us to vote.
That part.
Y'all back there, y'all over here, y'all over here, y'all over here, I need us to vote. What do we want? When do we want it?
Now.
And okay, let's be honest. We don't have the best candidates up in that motherfucker. But let me tell you this. We're gonna hold this motherfucker accountable. Let me come back closer again. We're gonna hold Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. We're gonna hold both of them accountable. But we can only do that if we get Trump and Pence out of the motherfucking White House. I got one more thing to say to y'all. My name is Asia Jones. I'm a black woman.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a wife.
Yeah.
I'm a community member.
Yeah.
But I got two little black boys at home. They could have easily been Tamir Rice, excuse me. They could have easily been George Floyd. If I had a daughter, she could have easily been Breonna Taylor. They were not armed. They were doing what they do. She was sleeping in her motherfucking bed. Tamir Rice played at the park as a child. Fuck 12, absolutely. I need you to understand. Fuck. When I say fuck, you say 12. Fuck. Fuck. When I say fuck, you say Trump. Fuck. Fuck. When I say fuck, you say 12. Fuck. Fuck. Y'all are some beautiful people. Make sure you vote. Thank you, baby. Make sure you vote. Make sure you vote. Thank you. Be blessed.
All right. It is now dark. It is late. It's been a beautiful day. I wanted to end in a beautiful night. So what we need to do right now is we need to get home safely so that we can continue doing the work that's going to change this fucking world. All right? And we need every single one of you, so we need every single one of you to get home safe. I have one comment before I give dispersal instructions. That is, in addition to voting, all right, we know it's not the cure-all, but we need to use the system to break the system. Every citizen counted in the census is estimated to be worth $18,000 to their community. If you have not filled it out, do it. People are not being counted and we are being under-resourced. And that is a problem because we need resources to fight. As we leave today, there are marshals in the orange armbands that you have been seeing. If you feel you need an escort, please seek them out. If you do not, please leave in groups. A lot of people arrived at public staging areas. If you are returning to those public staging areas, please do so in large groups. You saw how many of these fucktards are out here. All right? So let's not leave each other vulnerable. All right? Everybody understand? Say yes. We love you. Thank you, all the organizers. Thank you, everyone who came out, all the support staff. Thank you for following instructions. Thank you for giving your energy. We love you. Please, let's clear this over. Let's clear this over.
Good night, everyone. Y'all have some blessed nights. Be safe on the road.
Also, if you dropped anything or you see something on the ground, please pick it up as you go. You know what I'm saying? We want to make the world better, not dirtier.
That's right. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna shut it down now. Might resume as I'm walking home through the Facebook Live guard. Thanks for joining in. I'll turn back in.
Some people still hanging around talking. But all right. We're hearing that there might be a peaceful march down Euclid. I don't know. But we will be live with you again. We might be live with you again. We might not be live with you again. We'll see. But as of right now, this group is going to disperse. Again, hundreds of people were here at Wade Lagoon in the east part of Cleveland. So again, a lot of just hanging around, people bursting. They're encouraging people to go home. All right. All right, let's see. We're going to try to speak to this girl. We hear this woman. Again, they are encouraging people to go.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
And are you from Cleveland? Are you from?
I'm from Canton, Ohio.
Canton, Ohio.
Canton, Ohio.
You need her look.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking for the black spring banner, the long black banner. I need the black spring banner up here.
I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit more about that. This is a very well organized event.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I didn't know if you had any concerns going forward beyond that. But what are they?
So what happens a lot of times with the protest is we have this huge group that gathers for speakers and there's people and there's all this, there's vendors and people selling stuff and tables with water and all this great stuff, and it's amazing. The community's coming together, right? And then we have a situation like what just happened, and leadership is like, all right, cool, we're done. But the people ain't done. The people aren't done. 100% fine. Everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. But when leadership and the people are just kind of doing the people's thing, whether that's, continuing to protest, whether that's, continuing to, be in one space together, whatever that is written, because the people congregating.
You say the N-word, white boy. Go on, you a white boy that say nigga. Get your ass on.
So tired of motherfuckers with their ignorance, that fucking punk ass bully ass attitude, huh? That's it. That's all they ever got, man. I mean, look, these are fucking kids out here standing up for themselves. That's pretty fucking sad, huh?
We have right to uphold our First Amendment rights, and you have a right to do that, and I'm going to support you.
But be careful.
But please be careful. So, yeah.
Do you think tonight is there anything that concerns you more about tonight than say, a protest for Breonna Taylor or one of Columbus?
What do you mean? Hell yeah, there's more of a risk. I mean, I've driven up to Cleveland multiple times for protests. I ain't never seen one of them black, what are those called, SWAT vehicles? Black, they're not, yeah, I've never seen those armed SWAT vehicles ever. Like, I've never once seen them here for protest. So that, blew my mind to me. I'm like, oh, wow. Today I feel like I'm in Louisville, Kentucky again. For real. I really felt like I was in Kentucky again. I was like, oh, shit. Huh? Right, but there's no change. There's no snow plows either. That was the other great one. So, yeah, I mean, I was a little bit shocked by how much militarization I saw today. But other than that, I mean, protesting, police are always being present. So that doesn't surprise me. It's really more or less the militarization that I was shocked with today.
No, I just thought it was an interesting message you going out there and saying that. I do a lot of protests covering
It's important. A lot of people don't realize how dangerous protesting can be. It really is dangerous. It truly is. It's risky, but it's something that I'm willing to do. To know that, I'm fighting for Black lives. I'm fighting so that my daughter doesn't have to risk getting arrested. I'm fighting so that my daughter's 15 months. I'm literally fighting so that my daughter does not have to walk on these streets afraid to be herself, to be the skin color that she didn't choose.
Thank you so much.
Are you with this organization? No, ma'am. I'm Sierra Mason.
Pretty much every liberal guest in the universe that was willing to go on his show. There's only a finite number of them.
Stream it over again live.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah, Baked Alaska on YouTube.
Yeah.
Do you want to expand on that, or?
I booked.
Who needs those shirts?
All right. So thank you for joining us, everyone. We appreciate you. God bless you. Have a nice night. We'll talk to you soon. Take care. God bless.
Who do we got? Yo, let's go, baby.
Yeah.
What do you guys, or what are we filming here?
Well, it's a game for this guy, and then we just started a trend.
We're just looking to see
Trying to find guests.
where he's coming, you know?
Oh, wait, Trump or Biden? Is he going to be here?
I don't know. Is he going to be in there? No, he's going to be in the building over. This is the place I go to.
I saw Trump when he came here in July, and I got a picture of him waving at us. He was this close as his car went past, and there was about 5 of us. We went to the edge near. We went further up Esther's, and I told him, I said, he's gonna wave at us. And sure enough, when that second limo came, he waved. I got a picture.
Oh yeah.
I was behind him at a rally.
Where
Nice.
I worked on his campaign 2016.
Did you?
Amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
Wow.
Right here, I got
Amazing. Best president ever.
He is the best.
We don't deserve it, Dr. Max.
Right. Right. Okay.
So much of his life, he didn't have to do this.
Yeah.
He's not a politician, so he's gonna make big mistakes.
Oh, that's too hard of a conversation. But we'll come out and throw signs up in your face and tell you not to do it.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy to do that shit, you know?
That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of hate. Because some woman done scorn you or didn't teach you and raise you right. Because guess what? You'll be sitting out here just like that dude ran up. I'm not gay. But guess what? I support their free will. I support their life. Who the hell am I? And this dude come over here trying to beat him up over it. Like, this is epitome of America right here. This is our America. When you disagree with them, you just beat them up. Funny, huh? Yeah. But they say people are violent and they're full of hatred. Fuck no! Oh yeah, hey, that dude over there. Look, hey, my nigga from Vegas on here. Hey, look, he called me a nigga, man. This white boy over here. Let me show y'all. He said, nigga. And then he got the nerve to say something else. You see him with his little gunshots? If I ran over there, I guarantee you he'll split all the way through the coffee shop. Y'all want to see? How many people on my Facebook? Let me get a whole bunch of cheers. I'm finna go chase his ass all the way down the block. Look, it's gang signs. What the fuck? Yeah, it is. That's supposed to be the GD shit.
Gang signs that.
Oh, pussy. Now I'm a pussy from across the street. This is what you call garbage. This is what you call, let me push the black man to violence and I'm gonna call the police. You wanna see it? And y'all can all bear witness since we got it live to see how easy it is to mess a black man off? What's this shit? Yeah. Huh? You got something you want to say?
Walking heart attack. There he is.
Have I? Have you? Have you? Oh, yeah. I follow everybody he sees to tell me to do. You know what else he told me? Did he tell you to buy? Tell me don't sell my fucking sins for small things like money, gold, silver. You know, all the little fancy little bills and whistles.
Did he say it's okay to murder children?
Who said I murdered them?
Oh, you agree with abortion,
Who
right?
said I did?
Oh,
Since you want to come over here, too. I'm part of BLM.
Yes,
I'm a black man. Hey, look, black man. Automatically,
I'm not racist.
BLM.
I'm not racist.
I am a black man in your funky white ass America. Since you want to be rude with your polite words.
I'm not racist.
I'm not racist either. My mother's whiter than you.
We're all the same race.
My mother's whiter than you.
We're all the human race, right?
I know that.
But are you for the killing of children?
Am I for the killing? I have not killed a child yet.
Are you for the killing of children in the womb?
Well, who the hell am I? I don't plan on killing one, nor do I think of it.
But you think it's okay to kill children?
Did I just say I don't think of it, nor have I done it? So who the fuck am I to judge it?
But are you for it?
Why would I think of a thought if I want to kill a child or not? You're fucking sadistic.
No, I'm just asking.
If that's just like, hey, do you think of fucking children?
Did you know the BLM?
Do you think of fucking children?
Do you know the?
Do you think of fucking children? You just asked me the same question in a different term. So I'm asking you, do you think of fucking children?
Am I thinking of children?
Do you think of fucking children? You just asked me, do I think of murdering children? Do you think of fucking?
Heard about pedophilia?
Are you children so that be done for me to answer?
I didn't ask you. Did you think about? Do you
you agree with the killing of children?
Do I agree with killing of children? No.
Because BLM does.
Who the fuck is BLM? Please show me the face of BLM.
Well, it's
it's somebody who I don't know. It's just a bunch of fucking words thrown out on the internet that represents BLM and it has no face. But I'm gonna apply it to every black man that I see. Mighty white of you.
Why don't you tell me what BLM stands for? Can you give me?
What does BM? Black Lives Matter. That's what I say it for. Because my black life does matter, and it keep getting suppressed by white lives like yours.
Matter. Including
well,
the
I don't
babies
believe
in the
that.
room.
Okay, well, who? Babies in the room? Don't try to twist my words, white man. I'm very good at this.
So you believe other methods, other lives matter then?
What?
You don't believe other lives matter?
I believe every life matters.
Okay, now we're.
Hey, you want to know what else I believe? Jesus stood for free will, free choice. What are you doing? Are you making your own free will, your own free choice? Are you making a free will and free choice? Oh, so that's where it ends. Just like it ends when God said, I gave every seed bearing to man, every plant bearing seed to man, and then Christianity came in and said marijuana seeds. Oh no, not that one, and not the poppy. I mean, nope, not that one, and not all the other ones. Man picked out what was good enough on this land and applied it to that book.
Familiar with pharmakia?
Yeah, I'm really good with Jesus, and I'm really good with the Book of Enoch and a whole bunch of Christianity, false lies and false truth.
Why are you keeping the commandments?
What are you talking about? Oh, are you original even at the first sin against God? Adam and Eve?
I'm just asking.
When Adam gave he gave what God gave him to a woman, which would be his life and a certificate, which where your Book of Enoch comes from. Go finish, Christian.
Well, I'm asking, have you kept the 10
No, I don't want to hear no more. Go finish reading your rest of your book, the Book of Enoch. Go finish your Book of Enoch. That would mean that anybody that's married underneath Christianity would be a sin against God.
Is that
go finish yours.
So your substitution.
So go finish yours. It came out of the Bible. It's one of the books the Pope took out. Go finish your history. You got to get reading more than just the Bible.
Then you believe the
Bible? I believe some of the words, but I believe men like you carried with it, stumped on it, watered it down, and used it for slavery instead of intelligence.
How do you know that?
Look what you do with all knowledge.
Just make it up.
Look what they do with all knowledge. Name one place you get knowledge for free. Nowhere.
Well,
and God only gave man what?
God
knowledge.
Reveals himself.
And God only gave man what? Knowledge and wisdom. He never gave you that microphone. He didn't give you none of this shit that you're trying to embarrass man with. The only thing he gave you was a mind and a mouth. I'm not embarrassed. You're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, I don't feel embarrassed.
I would if I were you. Because I'm sitting here talking words of God and I ain't read all the books.
So it's
because I disagree with some of Jesus. Yeah, the one that they put thorns on his head. What's the thorns on his head for? So no man to have free thinking? Did they put his hands on that fucking cross the way that they did? So no man can try to pay their own way. That's why none of us are true free. We all beg doctor.
You don't know why Jesus died on the
cross.
cross.
Man. When did the church lose this land to the state?
Jesus died on the cross.
No, I'm asking you. When did the church lose the land to the state?
Jesus died on the cross. So
when did the church lose God's land that they're supposed to be the keepers of? What year?
We don't want
1801. 1801. The church signed over God's land to the state.
Why are you so angry?
Because the church holds no ground no more. They signed it over to man.
Why does that matter?
1801. Because it shouldn't matter if you believe in God. That means you should be trying to restore it to your creator. That means you should be trying to restore it to your creator, not keep fucking on Donald Trump and out here with hate signs.
Oh yeah, I'm not for Donald Trump.
I'm not either. I'm not for no government. I'm not for no government. You know what I'm for? God. God. Every man paving his own way. Every man reaping the fruit off his own back, not off of Walmart and McDonald's and Taco.
How are we getting in on this? Or is this just you all?
Kill one another.
I'm just asking.
No, that's your question. Do you think of that?
A simple question.
Do you
are you for the killing of children?
No. How many times have I answered this?
So you shouldn't be a part of BLM then. You should get out of it.
Who the fuck? I said, where is my fucking nonprofit at? Where's my Black Lives Matters motherfucking contribution? You don't see them, do you? But you see one black man out here and you attack him with the BLM.
No, I'm just because I know
substance that you read on Facebook.
You preach BLM.
No, I preach my Black Lives Matter. Yeah, fuck that. Hey, do you preach your white life matter? Your white life matters, right? To you, it do, right?
What about babies? Babies' lives matter.
Hey, that's insanity right there. Hey, black man, does your Black Lives Matter? Yeah.
Does baby life
Oh.
matter? Baby
Yeah.
life matter?
Yeah, my daughter's at home. I'm trying to make sure she get out of this hatred
Okay, well,
world.
get out of BLM then.
Who?
Because they believe in the
Well, and sir, if you can show me how to rip this fucking skin off, sir, I'll be right there fucking with you, brother.
More babies are murdered in
If I can rip this Black Lives Matter skin off, I'll be right there with you. That sounds retarded.
More black babies are murdered
You
in New York
sound full of
City
hatred.
through abortion.
What woman
than are born?
What woman hurt you? What woman hurt you? Because you're out here bashing the shit out of women. What woman hurt you?
No, I'm just saying that
you need a hug?
abortion is murder.
Do you need a
murder?
hug?
I'll take a hug. Give me a hug.
I don't know, man. You're full of hatred. That shit might pop up on me.
I think I have. What evidence do you have that I'm?
The fact that you keep talking to me about baby murder.
So
Like,
I'm not
what
sure.
the
I'm not making the connection.
Hey, I got a question. Have you ever went out and talked to women that had rape victims' fucking kids?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, maybe you should try that.
What? So.
Oh, wait, whoa, hold on.
See, you
haven't
that
figured out all the fruits of this field before you
believe
come
it's
out
okay
bashing?
you okay?
No, hold on. Wait, whoa. You're telling
you
women.
believe it's okay to punish the baby for the crime of the
Did I
father.
say
Is that your
Did I
stand?
say that?
I'm just asking.
No,
I'm not saying.
trying to dig words. This is called, I'm going to pull from the well the words I want to hear. Right?
Just asking you.
That's called casting a
because
pearl.
I think I know what you believe, but I want you to say it.
I believe
You
free
believe
will,
should punish
free
the baby
choice.
for the crime of the
Free
father of rape.
will, free choice.
That's
if
not
my
answering.
body could possibly have a baby, I might be able to give you an answer.
So you don't have an
But
opinion
guess
on
what?
that.
No,
Say it.
no,
So,
I don't.
What?
Hey, I got a question. As
so
a church
women-
man, what's your
women
opinion on
typically-
women sucking dick?
Well, you're.
No, I'm asking you a question. What's your opinion on women sucking dick?
You're not
Because see,
answering
in my God, women lose their voice and they don't know how to stand up as women. So what's your take on your God on women sucking dick?
Apparently, your God has no limits on sexuality.
Yeah, he does. As long as they're standing for individualism and you're not asking nobody to submit themselves or you're not submitting yourself to another. That's the God I believe in.
Women can have sex with women and men can have sex with men.
Who are you to judge?
No, I'm asking
Who are you to judge?
I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't have sex with men, and I'm not a woman that has sex with one. What you're asking me to do is judge me.
Oh, so you think it's wrong?
You're asking me? Yes. Hell, fuck yeah.
So you just made a judge?
Yeah, I don't know.
You made a judge?
No, I know it's wrong to judge. You know why? Every chapter of your Bible tells me it's so.
And you're
No, I'm not. Every
because you
chapter.
said it's wrong to judge, but then you made a judgment. So that's hypocrisy.
Hey, guess what? I
The
don't
Bible
eat
says
meat.
hypocrites will end up.
You know why I don't eat meat? Because I believe in the city of Babylon.
Believe? What does that even mean?
Do you know what the city of Babylon is? Well, you don't, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, explain to me, church man, what the city of Babylon is.
You have like an hour.
I got plenty of time.
Why don't you
I
tell
can
me?
tell you real
Why
quick
don't
and
you
then
tell
a
me?
broke down version of what the city of Babylon
Why don't you
was.
tell me why
The
you
city of Babylon was once where we were all one creature. That's all the wild animals that we sit here and feast upon and eat and all of that, where we all spoke and had the same language. Which they say we speak on different vocal levels now. So they say that's why the government. So they try to say, I'm just using all metaphors so you can comprehend and understand me. So the city of Babylon is where we all used to be able to comprehend, but we thought we were God. You know, like the times we're coming back into where we're creating ligers and mules and animals we're not supposed to be doing. Oh, yeah. So city of Babylon was real. And we used to be able to talk to animals and coerce with them like they were normal human beings and you're survival. So guess what? If you eat meat, you're eating your ancestors. We're all sinners.
So you
all
believe in evolution, so you don't believe in the Bible.
Fuck no, I don't believe in evolution. I didn't come from a monkey. They might be my soul's descendants or whatever. Just like the natives used to believe that they had animal spiritual beings. And we're animal, we're spiritual beings of all beings. We're spiritual beings of all beings, man. But the only thing I do believe in is Jesus. No, Jesus.
So
look, how people attack. No, this is the only reason I believe in Jesus. Ready to hear it? Jesus. The Jesus that got beat and fucked up and tore up down the street, and everybody says,
so why don't you act
why it's okay? Because right here, because that's why everybody thinks it's okay to do whatever they want, including the pastors, what they do to little kids, and then they say it's okay because Jesus is going to forgive them.
Yeah, that's not right. I mean, that's not right. That's wrong.
But that's the Jesus you believe in. That's not the Jesus I believe in.
No,
I believe in a man. No, I believe in a man who, no matter what happened to him, no matter what people said about him, no matter what people did to him, he stayed true to what he believed in and the word he believed in, and he kept pushing that. That's what I believe. That's the only reason I believe. And then guess what? After trying to stand up as a man out here in America, I finally see that. Because no matter what you say, no matter what you do, you're going to get the sleazeballs to attack you and try to tear you down just like they did him.
So do you think
That's
Jesus
why I
will
believe
approve
in
of your language?
I believe Jesus will believe in my truth, and he'll believe in your truth.
So
But he don't want
called,
nobody else trying to tell somebody else how to have their own truth.
Idolatry.
No,
You make
listen
up
to
a
what I
God
just
in your
said.
mind.
Listen to what I just said.
You've made up a God in your own
No,
mind.
I didn't make
Acts
up
chapter
one.
17.
I didn't make up a own God. You didn't hear what I just said?
A God that agrees with
Okay,
you.
listen,
That's
your
idolatry.
marriage comes on a certificate and with a ring. My marriage is when God takes two and he creates one, bringing forth a child, and he imprints it with himself with a fingerprint. That's my God.
Just have sex with them.
No, and then that's a marriage where two is connected for life as one. That's my God, not some fucking God written in a book. My God heart is in my Bible. For me to always speak my truth, tell my truth.
You know what idolatry is?
Let me finish. My God tells me to be the gospel. Don't keep reading everybody else's.
So idolaters will end up in hell. I don't want you to go to hell, sir. And blasphemers, you just blaspheme God.
So you got
blasphemers
rather
will go
for
to hell.
you to watch Pornhub and lie to your wife than to go out and be a true man?
That sounds like a loaded question. It's like, how long have you been beating your wife?
I didn't ask you that. No, I just asked you a simple question.
Hit her with the bottle?
Hey, what do you think God would rather have, a liar or an adulterer?
He would give repentance to anyone.
No. We asked him, what would a father rather have, a liar or an adulterer? Because we're all sinners. It doesn't matter how deep we're going to let our sins go.
No,
You're a damn liar. You have so many nasty sexual thoughts, it's unbelievable. That's why you're supposed to figure out what you are. No, you can just tell. That's why you're out here bashing these women. You're trying to jack it off or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's crazy though. How you should carry hatred like this and tell everybody how to live? Yeah, I did. Hey, you know what? I had homeboys that used to want to tell people how to live so bad. They used to put women in dog cages.
Yeah.
So I know about a lot of women.
Anybody with common sense.
No, I'm telling you right now. I know about a lot about women pain.
That you hate me,
people with God.
But I love you,
and
I don't
like that.
I don't want you to go to hell. I want you to
I hate when people bash people with God. God is about
blasphemy, repent of your idolatry, turn to Christ and live.
It's a gift of the good news.
What is God? But you're supposed to be the gospel. You're not supposed to keep beating the same gospel over and over. Yeah, it's your gospel. Your gospel. Your struggles, what you've been through, and how they can get through them. This ain't the same struggles of the Stone Age. You're wrong. So you guys are wrong. God says don't judge in every chapter of that Bible.
Yeah, and again, you made a judgment saying judging
how
is
they
wrong.
pick?
So
That's how
critical and
what I showed you today. Apples and apples.
So that's you just end up with you have God or you have
apples and oranges.
All
well, you
idolaters
pick
will
the God.
end up in
No,
hell.
that just sounds like a more reasonable God.
Will end up in hell. So homosexuals will end up in hell.
Blasphemy is denying one of his
You
creations.
can turn to Christ and live today. You don't have to die in your sins. You don't have to die in your sins and go to hell. You can repent. And that's why we're here. We're well that you would all repent and believe in Jesus, trust in the real Jesus, sir, because you have a different Jesus. You have a false Jesus.
The real Jesus. All right. And you just said it yourself. It's okay for them to have sex with kids and repent in Jesus' name. Get the fuck out of here.
the pandemic, how much of an issue is this for him with voters watching as we head into November?
Well, what we see in the president is someone who wants to be able to defend his response to the coronavirus. And he feels as though he has done the best job. He's going to be talking about the fact that he banned travel from China. He's going to be talking about the fact that there's a sort of vaccine on the way that he's going to argue that is going to possibly be ready even before the election or soon after the election. So the president feels as though he feels like he can really stand on his own 2 feet and say, I did the best I could. And he's also, of course, going to be pushed back. And there's going to be a lot of pushback on that. On March 19th, he told the journalist Bob Woodward that he downplayed the coronavirus and did that to try to make sure he didn't cause panic. There are a lot of people who see that as the president admitting that he had information and was lying to the American people. So the president's going to have to answer to that. The other thing, though, is that the president, in some ways, is going to probably be challenging Joe Biden to say, well, what would you have done better? And it's going to be in Joe Biden's court to be able to say, here are the specific things that I would have done to not have some 200,000 Americans dead and more than 7 million people infected. I should say our colleague, Lisa Desjardins, she was reporting that the Biden campaign is saying that the Trump campaign tried to not have the COVID-19 death tolls mentioned during the debate because this is such an issue for the president. They understand that he is really being seen as struggling in his response to the coronavirus by Democrats and Republicans. So it really is something that the president is going to have to really defend. And we kind of know exactly what he's going to say in some ways, but it's going to really be whether or not the president feels as though now with Joe Biden sitting not next to him, but somewhat across from him, that he's going to really have to see whether or not he can make those same defenses in the same way during a debate.
You mentioned that they will be face-to-face on the same debate stage, Yamiche Alcindor. And so talk to us a little bit about those personal dynamics. These are candidates who have attacked each other from afar for months now, if not longer. What can we expect to see from President Trump in the way that he handles being face-to-face with Joe Biden on the same debate stage?
Well, President Trump has been someone who has not at all shied away from going after who he sees as his political opponents in very personal terms. He's going to be going after Hunter Biden. He's going to be trying to make the case that Hunter Biden was involved in some sort of corrupt issue in Ukraine. Of course, this is the issue that got President Trump impeached, and that there is no evidence as of now that Hunter Biden was engaged in any corruption. But the president's going to be making that case. He's also going to be talking about what he sees as Joe Biden's failure when it comes to African Americans and the crime bill. He's going to really be making the case that Joe Biden shouldn't be trusted with any of the issues that are the big issues of our day. He's also going to be making the case that he is someone who understands fundamentally how to run a country and someone who has the stamina to make the country. So you're going to look out for, we should all be looking out for attacks on Joe Biden's mental capabilities, and the fact that the president even said that Joe Biden should be drug tested before the debate. Of course, the Biden campaign said that was in some ways ridiculous and that Joe Biden wouldn't be having any sort of performance enhancing drugs. The other thing the Biden campaign is saying is that the Trump campaign said that Joe Biden should be checked for earpieces, making the case that he would need to be told what to say during the debate. So these are just some of the personal ways that President Trump is going to try to make the case, not only that his policies are better than Joe Biden, but that he is actually someone who can do the job physically and mentally better than Joe Biden.
And finally, Yamiche, the president enters this debate down in the polls nationally to Biden, as well as in many critical battleground states. How much pressure is the campaign feeling around that? And do they feel that they need a knock it out of the ballpark performance from the president tonight to set the tone for the rest of the debates over the next month?
This is the most interesting part of this, is the fact that what you see in the polls, of course, the polls are the polls, and there are a lot of people, including Democrats that I've talked to, who are supporting Joe Biden, who are very worried and weary of saying that he's leading in these states because there could be all sorts of things that maybe mirror some of the things that people think went wrong in 2016 when it comes to polls, and people assuming that Hillary Clinton was going to win. That being said, the president has that he has to confront this idea that in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, there are polls showing that he is either trailing Joe Biden or in real trouble when it comes to the race. So there's a lot of things there that the president's going to have to contend with. The fact that he had to change his campaign manager or wanted to change his campaign manager goes to the idea that the campaign understands it has to sort of retool itself to really make the case. This debate, again, though, isn't being seen, at least my sources are telling me, as the place where he's going to be able to win the election. I'm told that he really feels like he has to be out in the country doing these campaigns, making the case in person, making the case on television through ads, and really being personal in people's faces about why he should be reelected. The feeling is that those major campaigns that he's, of course, been getting a lot of pushback for because a lot of people don't wear masks, they don't social distance, that's where the president thinks that this election will be won.
Yamiche Alcindor, White House correspondent, following the Trump campaign very closely for us. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much.
That was
My name is Janet Brown. I'm Executive Director of the Commission on Presidential Debates, and I'd like to welcome you to the first presidential debate of 2020. There are a lot of people who have made extraordinary contributions to making this evening possible. And in a few moments, you will hear from two of our co-chairs to start the appreciation to those who have helped. Our third co-chair, Dot Ridings, is in Louisville, Kentucky tonight. Her leadership in debates goes back to 1976 and includes the presidency of the League of Women Voters. The CPD is the beneficiary of 33 years worth of people who have been willing to put their name on our work. To all of those former presidents and chancellors of debate sites, to former moderators, to members of our Debates International Network who have set their clocks to 3 a.m. tomorrow morning to tune in live, we thank you with all our hearts. In 1987, Paul Kirk and Frank Fahrenkopf co-founded the CPD. I'd like to introduce the co-chair, Frank Fahrenkopf, and his colleague are also our co-chair, Ken Wallach, to start this part of the program.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Health Education Campus, Case Western Reserve, and the Cleveland Clinic. And if you have not had the opportunity yet to go around and see this fantastic facility, you really should. It's just a great tribute to everyone who's been involved with it, and it's so important to our nation. To say, as Janet mentioned, that this has been the most challenging time for this commission in its 33 years of existence due to the coronavirus problems. So many people, as Janet said, are responsible. We normally don't come out when my co-chairman and I come out and thank people, but we wouldn't be here today if it had not been for them. As we serve as both the sponsor and the producers of the debates, we have a crew of 65 people, most of which have been with us for years. Some of them go back to the first debates in 1988. And thanks so much to United Airlines, who stepped up to the plate and graciously provided to fly our whole crew from one site to another throughout the rest of the term of these debates. So we have a great shout out for United Airlines. Anheuser-Busch has been with us for 28 years, as has the firm of Crowell and Mooring in Washington, D.C. Also, special thanks to some people in the network business, in the journalism business, Pentagram, CBS News Radio, and Intercom Communications. In the hotel behind us, the Intercontinental, there's a tremendously large room, which is called the Media Filing Center. There's only, my guess, is about 700 people in there today. We usually have 3,000 to 5,000 people in the Media Filing Center. And so with the cut down that we've had, you can look around this audience, we normally have 900 people in the audience. You people are very fortunate to have the opportunity to be here tonight. But the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. tonight is hosting a media filing center for those journalists in Washington who couldn't be here tonight. And so we're very, very thankful for that. Many of you, I see faces here I've known and been in the audience before. There will be, in the estimate of most experts, close to 120 million people watching this debate this evening. It'll be on their TV sets, it'll be on their computers, it'll be on their iPads, it'll be on their iPhones, they're listening on the radio. And those 120 million, or however it works out to be, deserve to be able to listen and observe on this stage tonight. These two men put forth the reasons why they should be elected president of the United States. And that's why it's been our history in the general election debates that we urge our audiences not to clap, not to yell, to sit silently and not interfere with these people who are trying to ascertain who they're going to vote for. Now, exactly at 9 o'clock, you're going to hear a lot of noise behind you. If you turn around now, you can take a quick look. There's 3 on this side and 3 on this side, and these are the major nets. And at 9 sharp, you're going to hear them all go on air. And so it makes a little noise, so don't be afraid by it. And I must, at the end, really thank the people that you saw on your way here tonight and you see around here. The United States Secret Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security, and Clemson University Media Forensic Hub that is working with us and monitoring the web and social media. So there's so many people to thank, and these men and women, and the police department that you saw outside, the local police department, who work so hard to keep us all safe and to keep our nation safe. So thanks. Now I'd like to introduce the newest member of the leadership team, Ken Wallach, who for 25 years ran the National Democratic Institute of International Affairs, NDI, and we're really excited to have him join us as co-chair.
I join Frank, Janet, and fellow board members, including Yvonne Howe and Jane Harmon, who are with us tonight, in welcoming you to the 23rd presidential debate sponsored and organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates. As Frank said, I'm the Commission's newest co-chair, and as the new kid on the block, I am proud to work alongside those who have been engaged in this initiative for the past 33 years. These debates have now become an integral part of our political process, a view shared by the most important judge, the American electorate. But as significant as debates have become here, they can be even more consequential overseas, where the Commission, in partnership with the National Democratic Institute, has helped organize more than 400 debates in 45 nations. In post-conflict countries and in new and emerging democracies, debates have helped level the playing field in places where only one party has ruled. They have forced discussion on policy issues, not personalities. And yes, they have promoted comity among political competitors. And that's comity with a T. And this effort has spawned the establishment of a global support network of similar debate organizations from nearly 40 countries, dubbed Debates International. Now, I would call your attention to the Commission-sponsored Debate Watch 2020 and the participation by watch groups in all 50 states. From a hair salon owner in Cleveland Heights hosting 10 employees to the Atlantic Council hosting a global audience for more than 80,000. The goal of the Debate Watch is not to say who won or who lost, but to share views with those who agree and those who don't, to listen respectfully to each other's opinions. We are pleased that the Commission's longest-standing supporters, Judy and Peter Kovler, are in the audience tonight. For 32 years, the Judy and Peter Blum Kovler Foundation has given its trust to the nonpartisan mission of the Commission. We are deeply grateful for their belief in our work and their extraordinary contribution to the 2020 debates. It is now my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Tom Mihaljevic, President of the Cleveland Clinic, and Barbara Snyder, President of Case Western Reserve University. Thank you very much.
Good evening. On behalf of Cleveland Clinic, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the city of Cleveland. Tonight, you join us in the beautiful Sampson Pavilion of the Health Education Campus at Cleveland Clinic. We share this campus with our partners from Case Western Reserve University. This building is very special to us. It was opened just a year ago as a place for students, medical, nursing, and dental, to begin their professional journeys by learning together as teams. At that time, as we were opening this campus, none of us could have imagined that we would soon face a worldwide pandemic. When it happened, we converted this building into a COVID-19 surge hospital. The space in which you are sitting right now had 1,000 hospital beds. We called it the Hope Hospital. Thankfully, the surge did not come in Ohio. Yet tonight, this building serves another purpose in support of our democracy, and it is a historic occasion for us and for our city. We are proud to support the Commission on Presidential Debates as their health security advisor. We at Cleveland Clinic and our 70,000 caregivers have been serving the health needs in Cleveland since 1921, nearly 100 years. Yet, our organization and our caregivers have never shone brighter than during this pandemic. The pandemic has brought out the best of our organization and our caregivers of our city and our state. Through partnership and collaboration, we see how much we can accomplish when we work together. And we are particularly proud of our partnership with Case Western Reserve University. With that, I would like to introduce my colleague and friend, President of Case Western Reserve University, Barbara Snyder.
Thank you, Tom. Case Western Reserve is honored to co-host this presidential debate with our partners at Cleveland Clinic and delighted to show you this spectacular space we created together. Research has long shown that team-based healthcare leads to better outcomes for patients. Yet nearly every academic institution continues to prepare students in separate buildings, literally in silos. Yet after spending years learning only with students from the same profession, doctors with doctors, nurses with nurses, and so on, they are suddenly expected to know how to work in teams once they get their diplomas. We knew there had to be a better way, and together we built it. When not filled with a stage and seats, this atrium gives hundreds of students a huge open space to study, talk, and simply be together. The entire building provides multiple spaces for them to come together, supported by an academic model that emphasizes opportunities to learn with and from one another. Add state-of-the-art technology, and we know our graduates will be uniquely prepared to excel in team-based care and ultimately to lead it. Along the way, Cleveland Clinic and Case Western Reserve also learned from one another. Among the most valuable lessons was that through collaboration, we achieve far more than either of us could achieve alone. Thank you, Tom, for being such a wonderful colleague and friend. Thank you to the Commission for giving both of our organizations the opportunity to be part of this historic event. It is a true privilege to contribute to our nation's democratic process. And thank you all for watching.
Thank you, Tom and Barbara, very much. Most valuable player award for this evening goes to Toby Cosgrove. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. One housekeeping bit for the audience. As soon as this debate is over, if you will please remain seated, you will be shown which way to exit. And please stay where you are until that happens. I would like to now introduce Chris Wallace, the moderator of this evening's debate.
Bear with me, guys. I'm not sure what happened to the sound. If YouTube cut it, or is it Chris Wallace, something on Fox News' side. So bear with me. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Much love to all my peeps in the chat. Guys, the sound's cutting in and out because of Fox News, so just bear with me. It's nothing to do with me. It's on Fox News' side. Hey, guys, thanks for joining me. Erratically Me, Eric Elliott, Grant Harper, you guys rock.
No, Good evening from the Health Education Campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, good in every way. In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time. Even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election. So they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court, and the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person, but she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing is on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February. All right.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years.
The
And the
election's
100
already
million
started.
people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly
knows
going
that.
to socialist.
Go
You're
ahead.
going to
This
socialist
is,
medicine.
we're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
Biden.
one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won, were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what
that
your
is-
party has said.
That is simply
Your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your
That
party
is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
And
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing conditions?
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe,
which
was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr.
Much
President,
later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're not gonna be able
President,
to
as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all.
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And
just
you
be
don't
quiet
know
for a minute?
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right, let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on healthcare, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last
Because they
If
want to
I-
give
if I-
good
if I-
health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good healthcare.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well, I'll
I
give
got
you
rid
an
of
opp-
the
I'm gonna- and when I
individual
finish, I'm
mandate.
gonna give you an
Excuse me,
opportunity.
I
when
got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of Obama.
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was
That-
the worst
I
part of
didn't ask you,
Obama.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obama.
Let me ask my
Well,
question.
I'll ask Joe. The individual
no,
mandate was the most unpopular
Vice Pre-
aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I
President,
got rid of it.
I'd like you
And we
to,
will
Mr.
protect people with
President, I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump healthcare plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting healthcare.
What about
All of the
pre-existing
things that we've
conditions?
done,
He has not cut
insulin. I give
healthcare.
you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people because I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs that what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because
When in
they
fact-
pay just a tiny
As
fraction.
I say,
of
this
what we
is
do.
open discussion.
No,
Let
but
me
this
ask
is
you about,
big.
you'll
This
be
is
happy,
big stuff.
sir. You'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And
Yes.
the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
will, if I
sorry.
can ask you the question, it will
Not what your
end
party says, by the way.
it will end private insurance and create a government takeover of healthcare.
It does
Your
not.
response
It's
to that?
only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would, Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie
Number-
Sanders,
I-
who's
I
far
did-
left, on the manifesto,
when
we
you-
call it.
when
And that gives
manifest-
you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you
I'm
saying
not
you
going to
didn't
listen
agree?
to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm
Not by
here
much.
standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left
Well,
2
I
days
tell
early.
you,
You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to
on
do is
Super
hurt.
Tuesday. You got
Look,
very lucky.
here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to
With
make
what?
sure because
With what?
here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agreed.
want to
Hey,
make
Joe,
sure.
you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your
I-
class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
He doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be
you know,
surprised.
you pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy,
Go,
the
go,
wrong
Joe,
night at
go.
the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let
Now you're
him-
disavowing.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
that's absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you
to,
have any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you have
this clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr.
Do you
Medicare.
have any
President.
do?
Socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well, I
President,
tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care
Who is
because because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two,
yeah.
there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give
Number
them better
three.
health care at a
But-
much lower price
But-
because
and by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a
fixed
plan.
it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
gentlemen, you
is
realize
no
if you're
good,
both
Joe.
speaking at the
It's no
same
good,
time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better. And I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the
Not
individual
true.
mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed that. They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay. I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what he's
And I
known for.
just had a meeting with them. They said the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive. Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time. Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right,
He's
I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now. Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're senator. I'm not going to answer the question because the question is the question is
radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
Who's on your list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
unprecedented.
We have
not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure do.
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. you should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was,
far less
there was no
lethal
recession.
disease.
You made a point. Let him
And
answer.
and there was no one, we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people.
And
You would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them
you're
left, I don't know
suggesting
what
that
I call
the
them.
head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He
Dr.
said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking
after
about when it's
that.
generally available. not when it
Well,
will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
this is
delivering
the
the
same
vaccine.
man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically,
That was
and you
him.
know that.
I
That
don't-
was said
And
sarcastically.
so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year, but the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up though.
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying you
no,
can't trust the scientists.
No, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not, they're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
and Fauci,
scientists that are in
and by
charge.
the way,
They will have
and
the vaccine very
does-
soon.
Let him-
do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done
Well,
nothing.
let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
who's-
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and
We're
it's
going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast. We look
Okay.
forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that to
them
Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to
The-
Nancy
the-
Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with the
Okay.
Senate. And he sits in his golf course. And I mean,
Nah.
literally,
Okay.
think about it.
You probably
All right,
play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country,
Oh,
and I want to keep it open. And we
You
did
ju-
a
he
great
just
thing by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish,
shut
sir.
you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on
yeah.
November
I want to
3rd.
move on to another
Because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to
thing.
another
I
subject.
gotta
But
respond.
those,
I
but
wanna
those
move-
states,
gentlemen, I
those
wanna move
states
on to
are
another
not
subject.
doing well that are shut down
Which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
Wants to
President
shut
Trump,
down the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are
of
okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also
It
said the
matters.
opposite. They've
And
also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious.
at Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did not
I
say
want to
the
ask you, we
opposite.
got a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks good. I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with.
Well, it's
With-
true. Nobody shows up to his
Okay,
rallies.
all right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about a
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
for
not worried
hangars, and
about
we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issues,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
Gotcha.
one of the last big rallies he has? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't, I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no
or
negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've
Come
had
on.
no negative effect. And we've had
Well,
35, 40,000
All right.
people
You
at
want
any
to
of these rallies.
just
Yes.
quickly finish
Yeah.
up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encourage them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
Nobody cares.
gentlemen? Can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much
This-
faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down and now we're reopening and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce. Look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of a COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's his yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
I get my time back. The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. We are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me. He made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools. No, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know,
we're going to get back, gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax
1 year.
returns.
I went, you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have a very, I built
Sir,
a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which
But
is...
let me tell you.
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand
return.
all of that.
But
No, Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, that put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who in fact need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator.
You're the worst president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just say it, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is busted. Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for American people.
Excuse me. But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't booming.
Blew it. He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Excuse number
me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of my
not do that.
standard fare.
I'm the guy
He
that brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
industry.
All right, let him.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true.
Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get $3.5 million?
Mr. President,
It's
Mr.
totally,
President, please.
totally
ask the question.
discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get
No, no.
$3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
President,
that is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Oh.
President,
But,
it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
It's a fact.
Well,
it
you
is
have
not.
raised an issue. Let the
been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report.
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
President,
my
job?
son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
and
Mr.
The only
President,
guy that
let
did
him
something-
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
who?
And
The media.
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our
because they refuse to
allies, by
talk
the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited. Matter of
Mr.
fact, even the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
under
ask you
oath,
this,
under-
Joe.
under
No, no,
oath,
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
even the
you.
people under.
You got $3.5
he
million from
testified-
Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I did
really?
it
I'd like to know
honorably.
who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a
Some
good
because
job.
Some people don't do
Well,
a good
here's
job. With you,
Go
they
ahead.
say
You
they
get
do
the,
a
wait a
job.
minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me, this.
Hey,
this
let me just
person.
say, Joe.
No. I'm
No.
Mr. President.
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply.
Why did
not
he
true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already.
family,
No, let him go.
my
Let-
family
already
lost
wrote.
a fortune by
Go ahead.
coming down
Go
and helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's such a.
they're right
No,
here.
Mr.
That's such
President.
a
Every
great.
single one of them lost
This
a
is not
fortune
about
by
President.
my
coming and
family or
helping
his
us with
family. It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't bring
American
$3.5
people.
million
He doesn't. That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
you
here.
should
All right,
Not
that's the end
about
of
here.
that's the end of the
Shouldn't have
segment.
taken the money.
We're moving on.
It didn't take them.
Well,
Vice
it's a very-
President,
but Chris,
no,
can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No,
He
I
stood
get it.
up.
No,
He stood up
the answer to
and
the
he
question is
threatened
no.
Ukraine
No, sir.
with $1 billion
Sir,
if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the trust.
You know what, you're-
absolutely not
Stop.
You're on
true.
tape
You're-
doing it.
You're going to
You're on
have,
tape.
True.
gentlemen, I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but I
on
see it seems
tape.
to be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the
That's a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more
Well,
interrupting
that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than,
Yeah,
sir, less
there's
than,
plenty.
no, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is whose
Now,
2
second,
minutes, sir.
second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So, President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with
He
racism?
did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the Black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for Blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, The vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it, but we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate, never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place, and you say peaceful protest? No, it's not, but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else.
Radical,
and he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about
You
this.
don't
than he
know.
does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to very many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but the
Lord.
reason is that the Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
violent
Are you in
crime.
favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow
Are you in favor of law and order? Go ahead,
Yes, I'm
say
in
it.
favor.
You asked a question, let him finish.
Law and order.
Loses
Law and order.
Let him.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down
He-
much more
he
in
had-
ours.
All right, we're now.
is
You're,
president of
Mr.
the
President,
United
you're going
States
to.
of America.
Mr. President,
every record in the book.
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's
and
exactly
those
my question.
Democratic-
There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200% crime. It
Republican
is
cities.
crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone. And you would see problems like you've
He
never
wouldn't
seen.
know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would
so
not.
much
I was
better.
raised.
Go ahead,
I was,
wait a minute.
I was
So much.
raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean? And do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean? And do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding in his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what
in
they're
prevent-
talking about,
That's-
Chris. That's
well,
not what
that-
they're
that's
He's talking
exactly-
about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law
Would you
support.
look?
He has no law enforcement
That's not
support,
true.
Almost
That's
nothing.
not. Look,
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go
Look,
ahead.
look.
Think. We have time.
we don't have time to do
No,
anything.
think
so
about
listen,
it.
look,
Name
folks,
one law enforcement group that came out and
I
supported
think, gentlemen,
you,
I think
Joe.
I'm going to take back the
There aren't.
moderator's
I don't
role,
think there
and
are any.
I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned
We're not
into
peaceful.
riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you'd stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But
should
you've
be
never called
prosecuted.
for the people,
He's never
the
said
leader.
that.
Excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call and
Because
bring
they-
in the National Guard and knock
Well,
off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Here-
Oh, really?
Here's the
But
thing.
no,
I
that-
sent
sir,
in
no,
the
wait, I
U.S.
asked him a
Marshals to
question.
get the killer
No,
of the
that-
young man in the middle of the street. They shot him. And
Right.
for 3
Miss
days,
President Trump,
Portland
President
wouldn't do
Trump,
anything. I
please
had to send in
interrupt
the U.S. Marshals.
President
They
Trump,
took care of business.
Go ahead,
And-
sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all
I
about.
don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said
She said that.
that.
And so here's the
All right.
But here's the point.
Go
The
ahead.
point is that that's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly,
And
every single solitary
okay,
time.
and to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly
Well, wait, I
criticized.
have to answer his
No,
statement.
you have
His statement.
repeatedly.
Wait,
You have
just one
repeated. No,
second.
you've been talking
He
back
made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would
no,
love to end it.
sir.
I would love to end it. and
You
we
know, if
would
you want to
very
switch
quickly.
seats,
We would very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd
I'm
send
no.
in the
I'm,
National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
But they
good.
don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
That's right.
extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared to
do that,
specifically
but
do it?
Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right
So
wing.
what are you
If
what are you
look,
what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see
Well,
peace.
then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
You want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
white
Proud Boys.
supremacists and right wing
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem.
His
This
own
is a left wing.
FBI director.
This
said
is a
the threat
left-wing
of
problem.
white
Go ahead, sir.
supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what
Oh,
his
it's an idea.
FBI,
Okay.
FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well,
we're
then
gonna-
you know what?
No,
He's
no, we're
wrong.
done. We're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're
Everybody
When
moving.
a bat
advice
hits
in
you
your
over the head, that's
administration.
not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is bad.
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas. that are-
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen, we're
group.
now moving on to the Trump
And
and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges, because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings. And if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president. You can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President
Under
Trump?
this
You have 2
president-
minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused the recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head to head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got
And-
$3.5 million.
And by the way,
Mr.
my
President,
son,
wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it. And why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
he never keeps his word. Can
Because-
you add
No,
back
no,
30
no,
He's
I'm
a
not
person
asking.
that's
That
not
was a
yelling.
rhetorical question.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot. And the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking
I don't know.
about.
I don't know Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah, you
Hunter
know
got
Bo.
thrown. Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
for
wasn't dishonorably.
cocaine use, and he didn't have a job until you became vice president. Once you
None of
became
that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son,
fortune,
my son,
and he didn't have a job.
my son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why
I'm
was he
proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right, but he
dollars?
wasn't given
All right,
tens of
he
millions
was
of dollars.
given
That
tens
is
of
totally,
millions of
that is
President Trump-
totally
President Trump,
discredited.
you've already been
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make
I know,
a
but when
judgment call
somebody
here.
gets $3.5 million
Okay,
from
right.
the
Let's
mayor
talk about-
of Moscow,
let's talk
That is
about-
I
not
think it's a
true.
Gentlemen,
That
terrible thing.
report is totally
Why did he get
discredited.
it?
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers'
Gen-
money. That report, it was written for political reasons.
you know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change? And what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have
believe?
cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very
Do you
exciting for a
believe
lot of
that,
people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of
I
this
think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground.
But, sir,
That's burning down because of a lack of
But
management.
sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car. And you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by
But in the case of
$3,500.
California, they've simply
No, but you
ignored
would take
your
a lot of cars
rollback.
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And and I'm okay with electric cars too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that in fact is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the
that is
dumbest,
not-
most
that
ridiculous.
is not-
Where airplanes are out of
Wait a minute,
business,
that's it.
where two-car systems are out. where they
Not
want to
true.
take out the cows too.
Not
That's
true.
not true either, right?
Not
This is
true.
a 100
Simply,
trillion.
look,
That's more money than
that
our
is-
country could make in
that is
100
simply
years if we're
not
going.
the case.
All right, let
It
me,
will-
let me,
it will
let me,
destroy our
because I
country.
actually, wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good paying jobs.
But let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100
They-
billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good paying jobs, and these tax incentives to people for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is
not
not
20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
the Green
well,
New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is
building.
not my plan.
You want to
All
rebuild
right.
every
If he knew
You have to-
anything
wait, no, no,
about,
wait.
if he knew
Gentlemen,
He
anything
made a
about,
statement
Gentlemen.
about the military. He said, I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
that is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called
Mr.
the
Vice-
military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
And he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He
That is-
said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards. He
sir,
said it.
stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that.
play it.
Stop.
Play it.
Go ahead.
You're
Mr.
on
Vice
tape.
President
Uh,
answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having,
don't
a little
remember
trouble,
much.
I'm having a little trouble
That's
myself, but
Yeah.
and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the
the-
idea of what your
the Green
environmental
New
changes
Deal.
will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build.
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
You support?
No, I don't support the Green
Oh,
New
you
Deal.
don't? Oh, well, that's a
You
big
let-
statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
Biden.
lost the radical left.
I
That's
sup-
gone.
I support
you
the
don't.
Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks? Because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person, vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change? Or you get 4 more years of these lies?
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that, all run by
2
Democrats.
minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump.
It's a rigged election.
You're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so. Because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
But what are you going to do about it? There are millions of ballots going out
what
right
you
now.
do
What
is
are
you
gonna
go
do?
and vote. You do a solicited ballot,
No,
and that's
I
okay,
know
or
your
you go and
complaint.
vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people
You go and vote. You go and
No,
vote
but what
like
I'm
they
saying is, what are you gonna do
used
about
to
the
in
fact
the
that
old.
millions of people.
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending. They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia. Mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well.
There is no
This is
evidence of that.
not going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden.
5 states
In
have
fact,
had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by election day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows
You're
what the
wrong.
outcome
You're
is.
wrong.
No, I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love
Vice
counting the
President Biden. because
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes
in
a
fact,
statement
no,
like that.
excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots
I have a final
sending
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't. And already
All
there's
right.
been
So
fraud.
now,
mail
deception.
service delivers
wait a minute, gentlemen. And the final question is: in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited currently by law. 8 states from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until election day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks,
could be months,
until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean,
a common sense,
does that mean you're
I'll
going
tell
to
you
tell
what
your
it means.
people to take to the
It means you
street?
have a fraudulent election. You're
And what are
sending
you
out
gonna do?
80
And
million
what would you
ballots.
do about that?
They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
You think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted? And will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes. Here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until election day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
I asked you had an opportunity to
Look at
respond.
Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what
Vice
happened.
President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome, and I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it. This is the end of this debate.
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
Trump, the greatest president of all time. We love you, Trump.
So what's everybody think tonight? Oh, my gosh. Everybody should check out Project Veritas. So looks like they're not using my mic. Guys, I'm trying to find some protests, so if you want to hang with my channels right here, I'm streaming on both my channels, and I've been multitasking all night and watching the Dog and Pony show. I love you all too. Aw, you're so sweet, Eric. Thank you guys. Give me a minute. I'm multitasking, trying to find the next stream, hopefully to show you some more garbage on our streets every night. The live, I guess, post-debate protests. So give me a minute while I find the post-debate protests, guys. Okay. And yeah, I think tomorrow night I'll be back on my normal stream, so check out my channels for that. I've just been really busy the last few days. So I appreciate everybody checking out both my channels, subscribing to Truther2, all one word, and Mad AM Mystic Skywatcher. So leave your comments if you guys have any thoughts about what you just watched, the Dog and Pony show. What a scam. If anybody has not seen Project Veritas, please go check it out. They are there's infiltration in our country, and we've known that. And they're throwing away and filling out, votes. It's a scam. Voter registrations and the ballots. So I would definitely go check it out. Thinking about finding another channel to stream, and nothing is coming up at the moment. So I'll give it a minute. Everybody just wants to hang on or check back. Let's see what's going on here. Might be coming back into something here. Okay, good. I stepped away. I didn't know if the debate had ended or not, but looks like the show's still going. So sit back, grab your beer, popcorn. I have hot chocolate, and roll you one, whatever you do, whatever your poison of choice is. Here we go. Obviously, we have two poisonous choices here, A or B. Which one are we going to pick? Two of the lesser evils. It definitely is not Biden. I mean, anybody thinks that creepy Joe Biden should be president? I mean, oh boy, we've got problems. We've got problems right now with all the protests that I show on my channels. That's why I'm recording them. It's for historical purposes, so you can show your children or go back to these videos and analyze them and see what kind of garbage and propaganda being infiltrated throughout our country. And these people are paid by these people. Do you know who that person is? Most people do, but some people don't. If you don't, get informed. Just saying. I guess, guys, while we're waiting for this dog and pony show to start back up, anybody got any remarks to say about it? I mean, obviously, they never try to address the things that need to be addressed. They're dodging bullets, always. I mean, come on. And we can never ask questions. It's dialogue for the writers behind the scenes. They're puppet masters, pulling the strings. Pulling the strings. All right, I'm going to share some protests, I think, going on in Oregon right now until we find what's going on with the debate. This is Jeff Mack.
There was that. Perhaps you see March, you probably should have like tried to drive through it. People are joining. There's some doggies too. Dude, I live here, bro. Yeah, but I've heard of it.
All right, guys. Sorry, I have technical difficulties, guys. Trying to multitask and do multiple streams and other things. What's up, Grant? You missed the debate. I missed the end, but you can back it up. And then the beginning of the video is a pretty garbage show with the protest. Much love, Grant.
Okay, Trey, sounds good. I hope you had a good on there.
Sorry about that, guys. It looks like the demons are after me. The old electronic demons, the hackers. They don't like me streaming this back and forth. So let me try this once again. Let's go see what's going on with this debate. Still, I think something else is supposed to go on. I'm not sure if it ended or what, but I was checking that out too. But that's not the screen I wanted to share. So hold on a minute. My screen seems to be freezing on me, and my computer locked up for no reason, and it was very strange to say the indeed. As always, thanks guys for joining my stream and watching and hanging out. I wanted to give you more input, but I was busy. I was eating and doing family things. So good to see you all. Much love and light.
freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops, freedom, freedom, freedom.
What's up, Grant? I'm glad to see that you came back. Hope your mom's doing good. And yeah, play this video if you want to watch all the garbage of the pre-debate protest in Ohio and Cleveland. And then you can also watch the garbage dog and pony show. So much love.
Stay on the right side of the road. We're gonna block cars through right here. We're gonna block cars through right here. We're gonna yeah, guys. We're about to down.
How you doing? This hat is just adding a layer of heat.
I need a medic. I need a medic, please. Medics. Where's she get from? Medic. Oh, right here. She's right here. She's right here. Right here. Right here. Oh, yeah, mouse.
Hey, do you care if I throw this in here? Thank you. Sorry, I had to down my water. This hat is giving me some extra heat.
All right, can we get these? Can I see a show of hands if just joined us from out of off campus? Can I see a show of hands if you just joined us from off campus? I know there's more people than that. If you just joined us from off campus, can I get a show of hands? Raise your hands if you just joined us off campus. You weren't here at the beginning of the march. Can we get a round of applause for people that joined us from campus? If you are just not joining us from campus, we are Black Unity. We are here marching for Black lives. And that's what we're about to take a rapid walk down Franklin. So stay with us. We're just giving you block cars so we keep everybody safe. So we stay tight and stay together. I said, whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
Whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
Say, whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
Say, whose lives matter?
Black lives matter.
Say it louder.
Black lives matter.
Even louder.
Black lives matter.
Say it louder.
Black lives matter.
Even louder.
Black lives matter.
Say it louder.
Black lives
No
matter.
cops, no KKK, no fascists, USA. No cops, no KKK, no fascists, USA. No cops, no KKK, no fascists, USA.
No cops, no KKK, no fascist USA. No cops, no KKK, no fascist USA. No fascist USA. Don't make some more rhythm over there.
Hey, security.
No KKK, no fascist
Oh, no, it's good. I'm trying to get you guys on camera. So. What's going on?
I said, whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? I said, whose lives matter? Say it louder. Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? So say it louder. Whose lives matter? Okay, I'm gonna talk to y'all for a quick second. Somebody just got me hot, bro. He said he's mad that we're marching because apparently someone's life was in danger. We will be in the way. If you don't know why we march, I'm gonna let y'all know. Like I said, we're Black Unity. We are an abolition group. We are fighting to abolish the fucking police because that shit is bullshit. Doesn't work for anybody. That's not right. There are no good cops in a racist system, and we have the freedom to fucking protest and sit in this street as long as we fucking want to. I will sit in this motherfucker all night if I want. Now, when we march in these streets, we are marching to bring community. We're marching to bring people together. We're marching to share a message with people. We're marching to tell people what we do on the inside to dismantle that system. We are here to show you guys what Black Unity is about. We're here to show you what community is about. That's why we march in the streets. Yes, we know marching is not going to create physical change. We have to go do that ourselves. Let's go. Stay together, stay tight. Stay together, stay tight.
How do you know that? So because I'm a person. Dude, no. You don't know what these people are going through. You don't know if they need a breath somewhere or hey, dude. You don't know that.
Boop Troop Eugene.
What is it called?
Boop Troop Eugene.
Is that like a website?
You can do it on Facebook, Twitter, but it's live on Facebook. Yeah. Boop Troop Eugene. Yeah.
Like BO.
Okay. As I am stuck between all these fucking cars. Whoa, boop, troop. How does that feel?
Give me an L. Give me an L. What's that spell? What's that spell? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an L. What's that spell? What's that spell? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an L. What is that spell? What is that spell? Who's hard matters? Who's hard matters? Who's hard matters? Say it louder. Say even louder. No justice. Say what? Louder. Come on. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. 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 I don't have much left. Well, I got arrested Saturday night. I got arrested in Portland. No, they took the fuck out. Say you can't stop the revolution. 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 Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, louder. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do when we defund you? I can't hear everybody. There we go. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we defund you? Oh, I can't. This sounds like a recap. I can hear everybody. I need to hear some noise. Can y'all make some noise? I need to hear more noise than that. Can y'all make some noise? I said, what do we want? And when do we want it? Said, what do we want? And when do we want it? Said, what do we want? And when do we want it? Say now, 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 say now, 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 say what do we want? And when do we want it? Say what do we want? And when do we want it? Say what do we want? And when do we want it? Say now, 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 say now, now. Jay, take over. Jay, take over. All cops are bastards. All cops are bastards. All cops are bastards. All cops. One, two, three. I was weak. All three on the Black Lives Matter. 1, 2, 3. All three on the Black Lives Matter. 1, 2, 3. I feel like y'all can do louder. 1, 2, 3. I need y'all to be that loud every time.
All right, y'all, story time. So, lately, a lot of people been giving me some bullshit excuses on why they can't join the protest. Like someone really told me today that they can't go to a protest because they got to do laundry. What the fuck is that? Don't we all got laundry to do? Do it tomorrow. Do it earlier. They should know that the protest today. Like, come on, we're all 18, y'all in college. Well, most of us, anyway. But she really told me that she had to do laundry. That's an excuse not to put your ass out here. Anyway, I'm going to talk about why is it so hard, like, for people to really join us? Like, can you imagine, like, being on the wrong side of history and having to tell, like, your future generations, yeah, I didn't do shit. I sat back and watched it. Like, what? Like, don't. Yeah, put your phone down. You in the green mask, put your phone down. Oh my God. And speaking on that subject, photos. Okay, this is not a parade. Marching for my life and all these Black lives up here is not a fucking parade. Like, I don't know who told you, like, oh, this is gonna be so much fun. We're gonna dance. Yes, we do dance and sing every once in a while, but that's not the point. The point is, we're marching out here for our fucking lives. Like, I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, and it's chemistry, bro. That shit is hard. And I'm still out here. I've been doing this whole fucking summer. This isn't a joke. My life isn't a joke. So thank y'all for joining us. But like, some of y'all are wondering, like, where the fuck were you, like, when this gained media? Like, some of y'all just know.
Hey, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate you.
Oh my God, I didn't know. I said this hasn't been fucking happening for the past 400 years. Like, thank y'all for getting the wake-up call. But like, we needed you yesterday, we need you today, we need you tomorrow, and we need you every single fucking day after that until we get what we want, which is what? Justice and peace. Because there ain't gonna be no justice and ain't no peace until we get what we fucking want. Police abolition, justice for Breonna Taylor. Because that shit is bullshit. She was shot while sleeping. All of us supposed to go in our beds. We're supposed to be safe when we're sleeping. That's our safe place. But when you're black, apparently it's not a safe place. Walking on the street, I can walk here by myself with a megaphone. Oh man, oh this is by myself. Like that shit's scary. I don't fucking Eugene. I don't know what y'all know what like Eugene is like. It's very conservative. A lot of people be proud wearing something else. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. Like, you can be proud wearing something else. Liberal, yeah, liberal. Just like Portland is fucking liberal. Like, you put a fucking BLM sign out on your front porch and you think you did shit. You spent $5, fool. I said $5 is like worthy of my life. Oh God, not even a black-owned company. So guys from fucking Amazon. Bullshit. Fuck Amazon, bro. Yeah, fuck Jeff Bezos, bro. Fuck him. Oh, it's embarrassing. Like this dude really can solve world hunger. He's like, let's just sell more products. Oh, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm talking. Yo, stay here longer. Yeah, fuck them, bro. We got all night. So but not the point. Anyway, but I just want to say thank y'all for coming out here. We do need to do more. Like, you guys can't just show up to one fucking protest and say you did your job and then do it for crap. Like, oh, yeah, I went to a protest. Okay, some of y'all showed up halfway because you don't even really count. Like, y'all showed up halfway because conveniently we're walking past y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to be out here in these motherfucking streets every night. Every night. Every fucking day. Because it's not enough. And it's not, don't even come out, like, you need to march, but you need to do more beyond that. Like what? Most of us here 18? No, let us fucking vote. Right? There's no register to vote. Sign petitions, donate, buy from black-owned companies, because we need that shit. Because, bro, it's like y'all need to do more. It's not enough to come out here, say you go chance, you don't have a good time. It's like y'all need to do more. Pick up your shit and do more. Thank you.
For those of you who joined us when we were marching, if you don't know who we are Black Unity. We appreciate y'all joining. Make sure you look us up. Our Instagram is Black Unity. Our website is Black Unity with a B instead of the A, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Oh, also, if you just joined, you didn't hear, we are an abolition group. We are marching to abolish the police. I'm going to say that again. I want that to be very clear. We do not believe reform is possible. If you believe that reform is possible, you're out your goddamn mind. That shit is not possible. That shit has to be abolished. It's rooted in white supremacy. It cannot be fixed when it's not broken. Also, if you're not sure about police abolishment because you're like, oh shit, the police, we're so happy you guys are on the abolished. That's not what
Oh
this
yeah,
march
you can't
means.
change
We're
the
going to
system
get
with
educated.
the breath.
March tomorrow,
But there do need to be I'm working on building something like solutions for homeless, so that we can have like homeless communities where people live in and work in, and then have people like sponsors. And those people can help them like push them out of camps by being like, hey, we'll help you pack up your stuff and move somewhere else rather than pushing you out like other companies.
Yeah, I discovered when you want to talk about abolishing the place that people need to hear, you know, we're setting this up. Then, ending them.
Whose
They always
lives
think,
matter?
oh, it's going to be cool.
Whose lives matter? Whose lives matter? Say it louder. Say it louder. Even louder. That's who speaks. What's on this side? No. There you go. These are not our streets. This is not people. When I say whose streets, so I'm gonna say stolen land. Whose streets? 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 Oh, for the people that also join hand signals, if we put our hands up, you put your hands up, that means stop. When we go like this, that means we keep going. If we go like this, that means stay tight, stay together. If I say mic check, y'all say mic check back, that means we're quiet for the speaker. You got it? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an L. What does that feel? What does that feel? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an L. What does that spell? What does that spell? Give me a B. Give me an L. Give me an L. What does that spell? What does that spell? This shit is performance. And the white supremacists says this shit is bananas. my neck, my back. We got to take these streets back. My neck, my back. We got to take these streets back. My neck, my back. We got to take these streets back. My neck, my back. We got to take these streets back. My neck, my back. We got to take these streets back. My neck. All right, for this next chant, I need y'all to get real loud because my voice is really gone. And this is kind of a fake kind of sing song. So I just need y'all to repeat after me. Say, everywhere we go, people want to know who we are. So we tell them. I said, Black Lives Matter. Children matter. Everywhere we go, people want to know who we are. So we tell them. I said, Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Said, Black children matter. Black women matter. Said, Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Said, Black children matter.
I don't know. They were saying hi to you.
I know, you see that? They saw me.
That's why I was like, what? I just stared them down. I was like,
People want to know who we are. So we tell them. I said, Black Lives Matter. Black children matter. Black women matter.
Thank you, everybody, for joining my stream tonight. It's been a pleasure to be able to share all the reality that we live in at the moment, and be able to provide you guys with people's thoughts through my chat room. So thank you guys for watching this, and if you guys are enjoying these type of streams and enjoy this video, and any of you watch it later, hit that like, subscribe, and share it out. I appreciate that. I'm trying to do a movement called Truth Blitz with some other people for humanity. So we are trying to get this movement going. Help me out by sharing this out, subscribing to this channel, and hitting that like button. That helps the channel out since we're highly censored and shadow banned, which means buried. So much love and light. And if you want to continue watching this type of protest here in Eugene, Oregon, you can go to Jeff Mack, and I've dropped the link in my chat right here. And again, if you don't mind hitting that like button, subscribing, and supporting the change that we all need to see, and that's showing the truth.
who's on God? I said, who's on God? Say, who's on God? Say you love it.
All right, guys, I could stream this all night long, and I've been watching this day after day, week after week, month after month. What is this week? 124, 25 days now. So I'm sure that this is going to go on all night, and there won't be much, probably any looting or rioting, just peaceful protests of these bunch. Because I've been watching it for days, but sometimes there's a little conflict with a little tear gas and such. So if you want to continue this stream, you can go to Jeff Mack. I've dropped it down in my chat room here. And I'm going to go on a live stream right now to share with all you all why I have conflict with my moderators and the shills, the infiltrators, the ones working inside the matrix of this platform, working against the ones for humanity. So I'll be talking about that in about 5 minutes. So I'll hopefully see you guys over here in a minute, and we can talk about it. All right. Thanks all for stopping by. Take this video in the very back if you're just starting or ending up here now or have caught half of this, because I streamed the pre-debate protest in Cleveland as well as the debate, and then after here's some more protests. So thank you guys. This takes a lot of hard work because I have to multitask all night long. That means I have to go in and out of multiple rooms in my house all day and night to make these streams happen like this, to show our reality. So if you wouldn't mind, it takes hard work to make this possible. Support my channel by hitting that like button if you like it, or dislike if you hate it. All right, much love and light. I'll talk to you guys soon in about 5. Talk to you soon. Peace out.